This special meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held via teleconference, moderated by me, Chairman William Mila Jr. from the DHHL office, Halepono'i, at 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu, Hawaii. Today's date is Tuesday, December the 22nd. The time is now 9:39 a.m. Pursuant to the governor's 17th proclamation related to the COVID-19 emergency, Hawaii Revised Statutes 92 regarding public agency matters and records is currently suspended through February 14, 2020. To the extent necessary to enable boards to conduct business without holding meetings open to the public and to allow state agencies the ability to effectively and efficiently provide emergency relief and engage in emergency management functions. At this time, we are able to live stream the open portions of this meeting via the DHHL website. Leah, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awo.
Here.
Commissioner Helm.
Here.
Commissioner Ka'apu.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Ka'upu.
Here.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Here.
Commissioner Neves. Commissioner Neves.
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya.
Aye.
Chair Ayla.
Present.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
Mahalo, Leah. I will ask the commission to motion to go into executive session to convene an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A, subsection 4 HRS to consult with its attorney on questions, issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. We have 3 items listed for discussion in executive session.
Commissioner
May I-
Ka'apu.
Before we do so, Commissioner Ka'apu has his hand up.
Thank you. After yesterday, and I apologize for this, but I've been kind of thinking about it this morning. Before we go into executive session, I have some factual questions that I would like to pose about the gaming proposal. And I'm
Sure.
just going to pose it. I'm going to pose it to you, Chair. I don't think we need deputy or other staff, but I did have some factual questions that I think are important for us to understand before we go into executive session, if I may.
Of course, Commissioner, please do so.
So one of the things that kind of struck me yesterday, and other than the suddenness of this proposal coming upon us, but I'm trying to figure out from your perspective, Chair, if you believe that it is important for the commission to have all of the facts prior to making a decision on this.
I will say personally that is always the most prudent thing to do when you have an opportunity to flesh everything out as completely as possible. I will add that I do not believe we will have this opportunity next year. It's going to be difficult enough if we're able to move forward this session. It will be extremely difficult to move forward in the following session for a number of reasons. As pointed out by the deputy yesterday, there will be time for not only any local opposition to gambling, but the formalized opposition, including lobbyists, to come from basically Las Vegas, which they do every time something like this comes up. In addition, the legislative session in 2022 will occur during a election year. And so, sometimes you have to make a decision with the best facts that you have going forward. If we choose to go forward this year, there will be ample discussion from all sectors of the community, including our beneficiaries, including non-beneficiaries, including government officials. There will be ample discussion on the proposal, and there won't be, I believe, the willingness to by legislators, by decision makers, to consider something as bold, as visionary, and as out of the box as what you have presented before you today.
Okay,
So I have to give the context with which to give you the answer.
Right. So I guess that leads me to my next set of questions, is whether or not prior to deciding to put this on the agenda for yesterday and for decision making today, because I think you would agree that this is a very quick turnaround for such a important and massive decision-making item.
I agree that the weight of this decision is heavy. I would propose all of you to just look at the conditions in which for 100 years this department has not been funded. There has been no mechanism to fund the department to the level of revenue that's necessary to make positive impact on our beneficiaries. Those who actually have leases, and the 28,000 of those who are waiting for leases, and even those who have chosen not to sign up. So I do agree, and I honor your feeling of this has been, sprung on the commission in the last minute. But I think in reality, after reviewing all the things that are possible, given where we're at today, where we may be tomorrow, even when the economy gets better, there's nobody that's going to come to our rescue, as Commissioner Uol said. So this is an opportunity to rescue ourselves. We stand at this precipice today to make a difference for future generations, or to be a little bit more safe and possibly lose the opportunity. So that's my personal opinion. That's my opinion after reviewing all the options that are before us. As the chair of the department, there is nothing on the horizon that will provide the potential revenue as this.
Okay, and just so we're clear, what Deputy said yesterday is he thought we might realize 30 million a year. Is that correct?
That's the minimum. That's a low ball. Other gaming operations have generated more than $1 billion. So we don't want to make it too flowery for you, and we want to be realistic. So here's the low side, there's the high side. Only the future will tell.
Right. And so why is there an aversion to setting up a committee, as we've done before, for almost everything that has such huge impact? This has been, we've set up committees of the commission so that we can vet items and report back to the commission as far as what our thoughts are. But in this case, we have to rely on just a presentation that was made yesterday, which appeals to emotion, which is that we don't have any money to take care of all of the waitlisters. I would suggest that in the past, when the department under Act 14 received $600 million from the state in order to settle that, I think we got $30 million a year for 20 years. And I'm wondering what the department was able to accomplish in those 20 years in order to take people off of the wait list, because I haven't seen that. As bold as this suggestion is that we get $30 million, I am very concerned that unless there is a plan to be able to deal with the wait list, and there were no facts that were other than just a statement that said we're going to take care of it. There's no plan as to how we intend to do that. We've given up a substantial amount of control, which I don't think, and this will be part of the discussion in executive session, I don't think that we can under 206. I don't think that we can delegate responsibility to the governor to appoint another commission to take care of stuff that's on our lands. And so, so back to my questions, did we consult with anybody? Did we have any experts that we worked with in reaching this decision? When did this decision arise? Because as you said, this came as a surprise to me.
So as Deputy pointed out in his presentation yesterday, it was a very last minute initiative to take a look at the possibilities. We have talked to some folks in Indian country that have experience. They helped us tweak the bill. If the concern is that the gaming commission is outside of the purview of this commission, then the bill certainly can be tweaked in order to account for that. The reason that the separation was put into the bill was to try to be as transparent and open in terms of integrity to the two processes. We were advised that we need to, this gaming commission has to be as ethical and transparent as possible in order for organized gambling not to become involved. But if the commission feels that it needs to have oversight, we're not opposed to tweaking the bill in order for it to be more palatable to the commission.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point, right? My point is, given sufficient time, we have an opportunity to weigh in, and I appreciate all of my fellow commissioners and their mana'o that they give every month. And I think everyone spends an inordinate amount of time to try and render good decisions, and that is my concern, that when we are being rushed, we're going to miss this, because if we push this forward, I don't know, and in its present state, which says the governor appoints the gaming commission, and when you look at the entire submittal of C1, this commission has no role at all in any of it. We get an annual report once a year, but there is no recourse if this gaming commission doesn't do what we anticipate that they should do as far as setting up the parameters for what they should be doing. They're affecting our lands for a very long time, and we have no control under the current proposal. And so I raise that as a concern.
I disagree with you, David. I think the commission has the ultimate control in that it will control the disposition where the gaming will occur. It will control the final development contract of what gets built, what conditions are put into place, what is the return to the department. Ultimately, the gaming commission looks at how to transparently issue a license and the management of the operator, but the ultimate decision to pull the plug on this at the end is yours. It is the commission's decision. If you don't like it, you don't issue the land disposition.
Well, and I don't mean to be argumentative, but if you look at C1, we have delegated the right, for example, environmental assessments. We have delegated that to the Gaming Commission. What would they know about environmental protection of the department's property? And why would we delegate that to a gaming commission so that they make the decision on, and I can read it for you if you want me to.
No, not necessarily. I think my response is you 8 members plus me have the ability to make amendments to it if that is a concern. I think the reason that we did that is because we're trying to reduce the amount of expenses that the department is on the hook for. I mean, we do that with other development contracts that we put out. And I want to answer the most pressing question that you have, which is there will never be an opportunity to do this if we don't do it in this. There'll never be a more successful potential opportunity if we don't do it in this legislative session. And that's, you've been around long enough, all of you have been around long enough to understand that there are periods of timing in which you have to not have all the facts, but trust that as a process goes forward, it can be amended in such a way to make it as pono as possible. I recognize, we all recognize in this room that once we go into the legislature, we don't have control. But if we don't go into the legislature, we don't have control. We're stuck with the status quo. And that's really what is driving, I think, the staff and myself to present this opportunity to the 8 of you. And you know, you're going to have to vote your conscience. You're going to have to vote your what do you feel, and history will judge.
Well, I have some huge concerns that, from what I heard from Deputy yesterday, he is saying that beneficiary consultation is not required because the use of the property is already commercial. And so that concerns me because the commercial uses that we have envisioned in our general plan don't envision casinos. And certainly if they did, had they been put out there that we could possibly use that, then I think when we went out for beneficiary consultation for this property, that would have been discussed. But to be able to move forward on this without considering and consulting the beneficiaries, I think, and I believe that there are beneficiaries that want us to consult with them on every decision that we make. I don't agree with that, but I do agree that on this case, because we're disposing or potentially disposing of our property, that beneficiary consultation is absolutely required before we go out, before we approve this, and that we require their input before we do this. And so I'm not sure that we can get around that. And again, that's going to be another issue for executive session. But you know, just in general, I don't know the facts. Do we know where this is going to be in Kapolei?
We left it open so the commission can decide when it comes time to issue a land disposition.
So we don't know how large this is. I know that the Gaming Commission, at least in the submittal, has total discretion as far as what the uses of the property are going to be, any liquor licenses that would go out, any types of restaurants or hotels or anything like that. So, you know, that to me is a lot of trust that you're asking us to put on 5 people that we don't even know.
Yeah.
who have
Think of-
not even
think-
been appointed.
Think of them as managers, CMs of the operators. That's what was envisioned.
Well, it doesn't come across that way. It comes across that they have total authority over the property and what is going on there. This commission has no authority other than to issue the lease. That's the only thing that we would, and it doesn't even, the submittal doesn't even address our role in that lease. So, you know, I don't know what the expertise is going to be of these gaming commissioners that you're asking the governor to appoint. But certainly, if the revenues that are coming in are, you know, one of the aspects of the submittal was that they're going to get paid 85% of your salary, or 80%, and only one person is going to be full-time. 4 people are going to be part-time. They're going to get paid 80% of your salary. I'm not sure that there's a huge market out there. Not that you don't make a good salary, but you know, if you're controlling $1 billion industry, I don't know that people are going to want to make, you know, $100-something thousand dollars a year as being sufficient. And so, you know, this bill, it just raises more questions than it answers. And I think that if we're not informed, if we don't have all of the facts, we can't fulfill our fiduciary duty. And so, thank you for letting me talk.
Yeah, I appreciate, David. And you know, the salary is based upon the salary that the Public Utility Commission members have. So we looked all over, and you know, we got to balance what makes sense from a transparency standpoint. And so that's where the wording for the salary came from. So just so that you know. And
Yeah. Go ahead.
I honor what you have to say, but you know, my feeling is that if we wait, it's going to be next to impossible. I've had many people tell me, including legislators, that this is the time, or there'll be no time. So all I can say is, at this point, we don't have all of the answers. That many of it is to be worked out, but the concept, I think, is worth the effort, because there's nothing that the legislature can do. There's nothing that the federal government can do to provide us the resources. There's no amount of available lands that we can lease out to shopping malls, industrial areas, trucking companies that will give us the revenue necessary, I think, to be fair to the vision of Kuhio and to be fair to the folks that are on the wait list. And so that's my response. And other commission members, if you want to say something before we go into before we take a motion to go into the executive session, I think it's fine. And I see Randy with his hands up.
And me.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to keep this short. I think much of what Commissioner Ka'apu has mentioned aligns with much of the concerns I have. And, you know, it's the quick turnaround time that I find difficult to move forward on a vote to approve this, because conducting due diligence is extremely important when making decisions of this magnitude. I agree with the department that we have to come up with bold, courageous, and out-of-the-box ideas in order to fend for ourselves, because nobody's coming to help us. That's the situation we're in. But I don't necessarily agree that it has to be now or we lose the opportunity, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that belief. Because if we enter into a legislative session where we don't have beneficiary support, where we have certain legislators saying they're not going to support it, my thought is, why would we not prepare ourselves this year to, if this is what our beneficiaries want, to further educate ourselves on the pros and cons of why this is beneficial, to further educate the beneficiaries on whether or not they would like to move forward with this proposal based on all the facts that we put before them. Use this time to strategically get ready for next session, rather than we learned what the viewpoint of the department is yesterday, please vote on it today. That's just, and not having beneficiary consultation on something this important, for me, that's troubling. So, that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, and I appreciate you sharing your point, Randy. As I stated, strategically, when you look forward at the next two sessions, I think I've explained why I don't believe it's going to be possible in 2022. Number one, it's an election year. The only time you take big risks in the legislature is the non-election years. We do have, in spite of some legislators coming out and saying no, we have just received an email from Senator Keokohole, who's saying that he plans to introduce a bill allowing gaming. He thinks it's a good idea. So we do have supporters in the Senate and in the House. Is it enough to get it to pass? I have no idea, but we're never going to have that opportunity unless we move forward today. So that's my response. And then I would, ask, I'm sure there's some legal questions that commissioners have that they want to pose to Ryan. And unless there's anybody with an overwhelming, Patty, you have your hand up?
Thank you. Good morning. Aloha, everyone. So I commend Mr. Awo and Mr. Ka'apu's information. I think, and everybody, what I've heard from yesterday is that we recommend beneficiary consultation. Before this should be pushed forward, I really truly feel that the people is important. We speak on behalf of the people, and to push this forward without a beneficiary consultation and to move this forward today, it is not our fiduciary duty. We haven't gone through the steps. I remember sitting in this body is that we have formed committees on difficult items. Committee of the Whole, we have PIG. When we talk about the Kahiki Nui, you form a committee. These committees, these items were controversial items that we formed committees so we could dialogue more, we could get more information before we move forward. In 2022, Governor Ige and yourself, all the appointees would be gone. I just cannot consider in 2020, during this pandemic, that we're trying to put something as massive as this to our beneficiaries. So we have a few people and representatives in other districts, not in this district, that support this. But I think clearly it is moving so forward that we're not looking out of the box, is that I keep bringing up that we need to charge market value rentals on our properties. For instance, I need to bring up the Hart property on the transit rail. What is the status with DHHL on that parcel on the Hart transit rail? Where
so
is
the status is,
What is,
what is,
what is,
yeah,
did
Patty,
we
let me,
make- I'm trying to add you another question.
I'm trying to answer your
I
question.
know, but there's another question to this, and I understand that. But
Yeah, I'd like the
did we
opportunity.
make the Hart Transit Rail? It's on DHHA land, it's a property zone, and that value of that property in Kapolei is worth a lot, and so did we make the swap to the city and DHHL on this parcel? Now you can answer.
May I answer your question?
Sure, now you can answer.
Okay, so the answer is it's undergoing the appraisal process right now. The oversight by the Department of Interior is in place.
Okay.
We expect likely to have it done by the middle of next year. And so we're not renting that property. We exchange use of two different properties. So that's not a fair comparison to talk about what kind of rent, because the exchange and the memorandum of agreement never considered rent.
Okay. And so being that you said that, I think, are we looking at the parcel on Verona Village, the Eva Drum site on the exchange for the
Yes,
thing?
yes.
That's a property.
Yes.
I
Yes.
truly have a feeling by looking at that site in 2018, where the city council asked DOI Interior to postpone the decision-making to the approval of the land exchange between the city and state. There was a resolution went through with council because of the exchange of the DHHL property, zone residential, has an assessment value of more than $21 million than the city parcel zone ag, worth less than $5 million. So I think
so that's
we're heading to with the Verona is that may be the proposal for this casino, because it's close to the resort of Kamakana Ali'i. And I think that's where we're heading, if I'm not mistaken. But
we're keeping our options open. So it could be. I'm not saying it is.
okay.
Yeah.
But when we talk about resort, I think this was already eyeballed and looked at. But getting back to all of this with the casino and everything, and I truly believe that before we make a decision is we need to have a beneficiary consultation before we move forward. I'm healthy and glad for this discussion. And I thank the senior commissioners for bringing some mana'o, so bringing insight for decision making. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bill.
I appreciate your thoughts, and at the end of the day, every commissioner is going to have to look inward and make a decision.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Allowing us for talk.
Zachary.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Kaupu to enlightening me about his comments. Thank you, David. This is a big deal, and I don't disagree with thinking out of the box, but I don't agree with last minute proposals either. I am not convinced that this proposal is on. I feel that the department is being used by the state government for its benefits. More so, a cap of 30 million a year is a slap on the face. And I don't believe
it's not a cap. Sorry.
Okay.
It's not a cap.
Well, anyway, it's not. Well, if that was it, it's not going to shorten the wait list.
It's an estimate of the minimum amount of money that we think the department could get.
Okay.
So I'm sorry for interrupting you, Commissioner, but I want us to have a good discussion about as much of what the proposal is saying and an understanding of what the proposal is saying.
And okay, thank you, Chair. And I don't believe this is the final straw. But this proposal must be shared with all of our beneficiaries statewide before any decision is made. So, it was proven that there is quite a bit of opposition through its written testimonies. But I'll just leave it at that, and then I'll listen to the rest of the commissioners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zachary. Okay. I see no more hands up. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So move.
I have a question.
Yes, Patty?
You know, I think this body, after so much discussion, that on this agenda item, a motion can be right now set up that they can defer this subject matter instead of going into an executive session to go back in and discuss this matter. I think we all had the opportunity to discuss. I don't think it's, I mean, this just my monotony that we have to go into an executive discussion to discuss more of this item. I think a motion can be set on this meeting right now if we prefer to defer this item right now or table it. I'm not sure what the outcome of going into an executive session will help with all of this discussion. And I just bring it out to the commissioners right now.
You may, but we have two other things to discuss in addition
I
in
understand.
executive session.
But because that item is on the agenda at this time, the commission can take that motion and set a tone already and make a motion on C1 as the agenda item. I mean,
I'm not sure.
I'm
not
just
sure.
discussing this.
Yeah.
It's the agenda
Okay.
for action, and so we don't have to go in an executive session if we have made up our minds as a motion to move forward. That's all I'm saying to the commission.
Okay. I see Russell has his hand up.
Chair, I'd like to talk to council during the executive session on this particular issue. I'm not prepared to move or to make a decision, so I ask for Patty's forgiveness.
No.
But
Okay.
I'd like to include that in the executive session.
That's fine. All I want to
Thank
do
you.
is have everybody's manao. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Russell. Is that a motion? Yeah. Russell.
I think
Oh,
people
I made the motion.
moved previously. Yeah, David and
Okay. Sorry, David.
Second to that.
We're in discussion.
yeah,
Thank you,
David. and-
David. Thank you, David, and thank you, Zachary.
And,
All those in favor of going into, go ahead, Patty.
No, I was just going to tell you, Kaapu and Helm.
Okay, mahalo. All those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And I'm gonna ask staff. Okay, let me confirm, we're good. Okay, commission members, welcome back to open session. We're on agenda item C1, which is before us. I need someone to make a motion to consider staff recommendation. Or did we do that yesterday? Let me just confirm.
No, we did not.
We did not do that yesterday, so can I have a motion to discuss staff recommendation?
Chair, this is Russell.
Yes, Russell?
Second. I said I'll move.
Okay, so.
I'll second.
Kaupo Neves, okay, thank you. Discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, I'm gonna ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Awo,
Oh, wait, Patty, you had your hand up?
Yeah. We're discussing the motion on our vote, or when we vote, we can make a comment.
We're discussing, there's been a motion to
Correct.
discuss staff recommendation, and we're in the discussion stage before we vote on staff recommendation.
Okay. Okay, so I have a comment discussion. Thank you.
Okay, you want to make your comment?
Yes, I'm going to take a breath first. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for those who are watching live stream, who have been very patient with us through this whole day of live stream. We were in a long executive session, and now we're back. As a commissioner of Oahu and a beneficiary, as a vote comes by, I'm usually the last one of T, my initial, my last name, but it's okay. I will be voting no for a lot of reasons that I do have that I want to bring in discussion. There are so many other legal issues of this agenda item. The other is our fiduciary duty of beneficiaries to have an open consultation. That is my concern as a beneficiary. And we have several commissioners that are beneficiaries and that are not, that are making a huge decision on this massive idea. We had great considerations. I do not want to rush into this. We're hoping that as a commission that we could either have a committee to further discuss this massive decision for not only the beneficiaries, for the entire island and state of Hawaii. So with that discussion and my mana'o, I will be voting no towards this recommendation motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Patty. Next is Randy.
Yeah, my comments are this, first I want to commend the department for putting together this presentation, for the amount of research and work that went into it. I do agree that given our current state of being attached to political institutions that have continued to fail Native Hawaiians over time in providing the necessary funds to provide homes, this is part of what's required to become financially whole and independent. Where I disagree is the very short turnaround that was given to us in making this decision. And coming out of executive session, as it was yesterday, and again, coming out of executive session, for me, what remains are many, many more questions that remain unanswered. And I do continue to believe that given the nature of this proposal, that beneficiary consultation up front is warranted. And so that's where we don't agree. And as a result of that, I'm going to also vote no on this proposal. But thank you for your time. And that's just where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration, Randy, and for your points. I mean, there are 9 people that have different points, and
Yes.
we have a responsibility to vote our way. And so, any other commission members before we go to the roll call vote? Okay, seeing none. One more time. Seeing no hands up. Leah?
Commissioner Owo,
No.
Commissioner Helm,
No.
Commissioner Ka'apu,
No.
Commissioner Kalekini,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaupu,
Aye.
Commissioner Namu'o,
Yes.
Commissioner Nevis,
Aye.
Commissioner Teruya,
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Ole.
Chair Ayla.
Chair votes aye.
5 ayes, 4 noes, motion passes.
Thank you for this very spirited discussion. And we look forward to sort of addressing as many of the concerns of the commissioners that did not vote yes, that had more questions that hopefully we'll answer as we go through this process. We have additional commission business to go to.
Yeah.
Chair, can I ask, before we move on to additional business,
Sure.
can we have a little bit of a briefing on what the next steps are for the action we just took?
Yes, and I'm bringing staff back up to the table.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Deb.
Aloha. Next up, we'll need to incorporate, I think, some changes that were expressed in order to accurately reflect what we want to accomplish from the bill. That said, the deadline to the governor's package was yesterday, so we will have to frantically get this both to the governor's office as well to the attorney general's office, excuse me, for review. From there, the decision will be in the hands of the governor, whether to include that in his package or not. And I don't think we have sufficient information to speak to when or how that works. If it is not introduced as a part of the governor's package, that would require the department to find sponsorship in both houses of the legislature. And if that is the case, the introduction deadline, I believe, is a week after opening day, which is the 3rd week of January, I think January 20th. So we've got about a month for review, final edits, potentially finding sponsors, and bringing that to the floor of the bringing that to the legislature.
Is that
Chair.
sufficient?
Equally important in my thinking is that we have some limited time, but we start the consultation process immediately and try and get as much as we can get in with as many people as we can get in, given the limitations of COVID, given the limitations of the holidays, etc. It's a situation that was put upon the commission that we had a tight window to move forward with this action. And my understanding is that the department will facilitate doing all that we can to catch up in that process. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for your suggestion. Okay, got clarification on that. Going to bring up Juan
Yeah.
for the regular agenda item D1. Oh, hold on one second, Juan. Commissioner Teruya, did you want to
wanted
say something?
No, I wanted to sort of communicate to Leah, and I wanted her to know that I have to leave for a doctor's appointment. I texted her earlier this morning, so can I be dismissed?
Yes.
Okay.
We wish you good news from the doctors.
All
Yeah,
right.
and Merry Christmas too,
Merry
Patty.
Christmas.
Yes. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Commissioner.
Happy holidays, everyone. Thank you.
Aloha.
Talk
Juan,
to you
you
next year.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Hang in there, we're almost done. D1 is HSD's various reports available for any questions that you may have.
Seeing no questions, D19?
D19, I'm going to call up Dean Oshiro. This is for information only, commissioners, with respect to the deferral of loan payments. As you recall, earlier in the year, this body, the commission approved deferral of loan payments for our direct loans. The chairman approved an additional 3 months extending to April. I'm sorry, March, end of March. So I'll go ahead and introduce Dean to go over the submittal for you, D19.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So again, D19 is just information. Oh, is it on? Works. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioner Dean Oshiro, Homestead Loan Services Branch Manager. As was delegated to the chairman, the authority at the commission meeting earlier, he has exercised his authority to allow the department to have the beneficiaries extend the postponement of mortgage payments for another 3 months, which now means payments will be due beginning in April of 2021.
Do we have any questions for Dean?
So moved.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, okay. So this is perhaps connected with D1. I was curious if there's any relationship or participation of the folks that are delinquent with regards to, the mortgage deferral. Or it's just two separate items, Dean?
Well, the D1 report reflects that, of course, the payments are not being made. So once the postponement period ends, our fiscal division will be updating all the accounts as we had stated in previous months. So you're going to see a reflection. That's why your delinquency rate, if that's what you're referring to, Commissioner, in Exhibit B, is our rate is going a little higher. Yeah, so that's because we don't have the capability to take out all the accounts with regards to the report. So come probably the April report, you're going to see changes.
Thank you.
Other commissioners, questions on the report? Excuse me. Okay. If not, I'm gonna dismiss Homestead Services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Happy holidays. to you
Happy
guys.
holidays. Merry Christmas.
And then I'll call up planning for agenda item G1, which is the last agenda item for today.
Yay.
Andrew and Nancy coming to the table.
Ready? Hello, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Acting Planning Program Manager. Item D1 for information only. We just wanted to provide a status report on Kalaupapa planning and management on the island of Molokai. This is a follow-up to the presentation that was given to the Commission in August. With me today, I have Nancy McPherson, the lead planner that has been participating in the various planning processes regarding Kalaupapa over several years. So with that, I'll hand it over to Nancy.
Aloha mai kako, commissioners, mele kalikimaka. Mahalo for this opportunity to come before you once again to update you on our efforts regarding planning and management for Kalaupapa. I didn't want to restate everything that was in the previous submittal, but I did go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I did go ahead and want to give you a little bit of background just as a refresher. And so there's a little bit of reason for this update. Right now we're participating in a Section 106 consultation on the general management plan for Kalaupapa. And one of the challenges is that our beneficiaries, a number of whom are topside Molokai beneficiaries, feel that they are not getting enough opportunity to provide their mana'o on National Park Service, how they're managing the park and taking care of the settlement. And so that's why we have been responding to those concerns. And yes, next slide. So here's just a little bit of history. Some of this was in the previous submittal. And, you know, it's a long history. And the Board of Health, you know, has gone from the Kingdom of Hawaii to the territory to the state. And Department of Health is now looking at transitioning their role at Kalaupapa. So they started planning for that in 1991. The National Park Service came in 1980, but we didn't actually enter into a lease with them until 1992. The Molokai Island Plan actually has a lot of discussion about Kalaupapa. That was approved by the Commission in 2005. And then DHHL from the beginning has participated in the General Management Plan process that started in 2009. Okay. Just quickly, location and land ownership. As you can see, the purple is the Hawaiian homelands, which is about 25% of the entire area that's in the National Historic Park. Most of it is owned by DLNR. The airport is owned by state DOT, and only the lighthouse is actually owned by the federal government. Okay. We have been figuring out what everybody's kuleana is. For a long time, DHHL was, you know, pretty hands-off in the situation, but over the last eight or 9 years has taken a more active role in the planning and management at Kalaupapa. So this just kind of outlines what the different kuleana are. Maui County actually plays an important role for emergency response. They have a mutual aid agreement with Department of Health and National Park Service. Okay. There has been transition planning going on since about 2016. The report that was done in the 90s was obviously out of date. So this interagency working group has mainly been looking at logistics, very practical day-to-day things. Who's responsible for what? Who owns what? And because of the multiple layers of jurisdiction, it's been pretty complicated. So the idea is to identify, you know, challenges that could impact a smooth transition, and that gradually has been getting sorted out over time. We have a number of plans existing for Kalaupapa, DHHL, as I mentioned before, the 2005 Island Plan. There is also a state park under DLNR at the top at Pala'au State Park. The designations that were given in 2005 were special, most of the areas in special district or conservation. And there are two small areas which you can't see very well on this map, but in pink, which is community use. And so the idea being that there needs to be additional planning in order to figure out how those areas should be used. This is just an acreage summary. This information was in the last submittal. But some of the policies that were articulated in the Molokai Island Plan focused on reconnecting Native Hawaiians to the place. There was a lot of displacement that occurred because of the Hansen's disease settlement, and an idea of sort of reframing it as a place of healing, Native Hawaiian healing and wellness, the idea being that there could be a center created down there with the participation of Native Hawaiians, beneficiaries. And then there's also 5 acres of commercial use topside, and the idea with that was that there would be a cultural community center that would be a focal point at the top part of our lands, and that would really talk about history and specifically Kalaupapa. And that project doesn't have a champion at this time. So go ahead. The general management plan has been underway since 2009 and has had various phases. We held multiple beneficiary consultation meetings. There was an informational submittal and request for acceptance of the beneficiary consultation report that was approved by the Commission in July of 2015. But in 2018, for various reasons that aren't necessarily clear to everyone, especially our beneficiaries, the National Park Service decided to switch from an EIS to, this is NEPA, so this is National Environmental Policy Act, from an EIS to an EA, and they took quite a bit of information out of the EIS to simplify it, I guess, make it shorter, and that confused a lot of people. So we issued a comment letter in 2019, sort of saying, you know, our beneficiaries need more time to comment. Please explain why you made this big change. And this is actually still having echoes to this day. There's still a lot of concerns about that situation. They also decided to separate the Section 106 consultation from the general management plan process and started those meetings in May of 2020, which we have participated in. And right now, the National Park Service is anticipating completing the programmatic agreement for the Section 106 consultation in January. And at that point, that's the last step before they can finalize the general management plan. So they have their own planning system and their own management zones. And in the preferred alternative, which can be downloaded from the National Park Service website, they have descriptions of what are the different kinds of uses that could occur. The blue is the Vauakua. The green is an integrated resource management area. And only the yellow portions are the areas where the public would, you know, be engaged, and there would be displays, and they would be allowed to walk around and all that sort of thing. Okay, I'm sorry this is pretty small and hard to read, but the table is in your submittal. So this is just kind of a summary of the planning efforts, the consultation, and the feedback we've been getting, and also updates. The last column is, you know, what has changed since the last submittal, basically in August. Again, we've just been trying to monitor these various processes, participate where necessary. It involves staff from LMD, LDD, the planning office, the chair's office. So we've really been working on trying to understand all these complexities and figure out what DHHL's role is properly in all these processes. So we heard what our beneficiaries have been asking for basically since 2005, since the Molokai Island Plan beneficiary consultations. And they really want to have a venue for input to, you know, inform both the implementation of the National Park Service plans as well as DHHL's. And so at this point, where we are is that we would like to enter into cooperative agreements between DHHL and National Park Service. And we would like our beneficiaries and stakeholders to participate in a working group, you know, which will be of a manageable size that's yet to be determined. And we have considered some of these criteria. These have been brought before you previously in August. And so, you know, we're happy to hear input, any input you may have about these criteria. And then the idea being that this would help us implement some of the policies that regard the beneficiaries, that regard Native Hawaiians. They've been identified as implementing actions in the GMP. We would like mana'o about processes, procedures, and actions related to the use and settlement of DHHL lands, community use areas, revenue producing services, economic opportunities, particularly for beneficiaries. There's a number of parking lot issues, called that because they weren't directly related to historic preservation as part of the Section 106 consultation process. So the idea being that because our beneficiaries are bringing up these issues, it would be best for us to directly engage with beneficiaries in discussing these. And then again, to get feedback on implementing both the Molokai Island Plan and the GMP, and to facilitate training and preparation for employment with the National Park Service, as well as how best to provide access for traditional and customary practices. And that's pretty much it. So mahalo for your time. I know it's been a long day already, and I'd appreciate any questions and feedback you may have.
Thank you, Nancy. I know yesterday Commissioner Helm and Commissioner Awol expressed some concerns that were passed on by some of the beneficiaries that they met with. If you'd like this opportunity to restate that so Nancy can get it into our process.
I will let Zach go first.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Aloha, Nancy, Melikaliki Maka, and Andrew as well. Yeah, I'm curious, how many beneficiaries was able to give feedback? How many beneficiaries from upside or on the waiting list was able to give feedback on this plan?
Well, we had some pretty big consultation meetings topside. We did 2 sets, 2 days each. We had an evening meeting and a morning meeting, you know, for the kupuna. And I'd say we had close to 70 or 80 beneficiaries at the evening meetings. National Park Service staff was there as well. The morning meetings were a smaller turnout, maybe 10 to 20. But, you know, that was quite a while ago.
Yes.
And so, I'm sorry?
How long ago was the last?
Well, I think the last rounds that we had was in 2015.
Okay. And I have another question. What is the National Park Service cooperation like with DHHL's beneficiaries and the department? Are they cooperative, etc.?
Well, the National Park Service is down in Kalaupapa is really having a lot of challenges right now, just to be honest with you. The trail went out again, then the COVID, and they have, they're understaffed. They have a number of positions that they're trying to fill. It's difficult to fill those positions. So the superintendent, Erica Espanola, has admitted that they need to do a better job of engaging with topside folks, especially. And so we've been talking with them and trying to work with them to figure out different ways to do that. And that's why we'd like to do that working group. The problem is that the comment period for the general management plan is closed. It ended in March of 2018. And so, this whole thing has really taken a while. So I think that's part of the problem is people have not been able to see how their mana'o, how their feedback has been incorporated into the plan as it is right now. It's you really have to dig into it. And so what it looks like could happen is that as soon as the programmatic agreement is approved and the general management plan is finalized, the staff will basically have a green light to go out and do outreach with beneficiaries. But in the meantime, our beneficiaries feel that they're not being heard. So we want to go ahead and get that process started now.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy. See, I'm new at this proposal because it probably happened before I got appointed.
Yeah.
And so, Randy has been really helpful to me, has given me some educating me about what's been going on. But just please keep me posted as you go on. But like you say, you're not going to have any more consultation on the existing proposal. So
it's going to be more focused on implementation.
Right. Yeah. So thank you, Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Zach. And I just want to tell Nancy, if it's more uncomfortable, just remove your mask from one side, and because I see you pulling it. Yeah.
Okay.
Randy, and then Russell.
Aloha, Nancy. Thank you for the presentation. It's a little anticlimactic after 2 days of gaming, but still important nonetheless. All of my blood is now residing in my ankles. But let me just go to Nancy. The Valerie Monson, Executive Director of Ka'ohana Kalaupapa. And when I continue to look at her J agenda submittals, my takeaway from her mana'o is it appears that there is engagement and interaction with national parks, but while there's exchanges going on, for lack of a better term, it appears that it's dismissive. They're polite but dismissive of what the communities are trying to move forward in the way of actionable steps. So what is your experience and what are your thoughts about that? And as a result of what they're feeling, they're wanting to create a separate working group, which you've touched upon. But let me just go to the first question. Can you tell me how you feel about that?
Well, I think our challenge as DHHL is that our mission is, homesteading, but we do have a fiduciary duty to engage with our beneficiaries, as you've been hearing and speaking about. And You know, so we're kind of a go-between, but for us, what's difficult is that we are also the lessor, and we have a long-term general lease with the National Park Service. Now, you know, there's really kind of two major sides to the issues, which are kind of related geographically, actually. The Kalaupapa settlement is on Hawaiian homelands, and there are concerns about adequate maintenance and preservation of the, particularly the patients' homes, that, you know, there's a lot of weathering and a lot of deterioration. So there's a lot of concern about that the National Park Service isn't adequately funded and staffed to keep up with all of that. The other side relates to the Kalawao side, and that's DLNR, and that's where Kauhana o Kalaupapa wants to do their memorial. And you know, they've asked us a number of times for our support, you know, but that's really an issue between them and the National Park Service and DLNR. And we have to kind of stay focused on what is our kuleana when we have a general lease and we're allowing the National Park Service to manage the settlement. You know, how can we work best with them while also listening to our beneficiaries, making sure that the National Park Service is being responsive and honoring their wishes to the extent that they can under law. There are some sticky areas when it comes to, you know, special situations for Native Hawaiians because they're a federal agency related to federal recognition, et cetera. So we've been working with them through all those sorts of things, and we will have to take a more active role in the implementation in order to make sure that the beneficiaries' rights, access, all that sort of thing are being honored and supported, because the National Park Service can only go so far in that area. So this is one of the complexities, the jurisdictional complexities that have come up.
I think to add on to what Nancy had just articulated, Commissioner Lowell, is that I think the perception from some beneficiaries that have participated in the National Park Service's outreach process is a result of two things. One, the general management plan is pretty general and broad. So I think they don't see themselves or their mana'o in it. And two, as Nancy had articulated earlier, the National Park Service at this point in time is going through the National Historic Preservation Act Section 106 process. And that process is mainly focused on historic preservation of resources. So a lot of the comments that have come up from our beneficiaries during that process isn't exactly covered in a historic preservation process. And one of the reasons why we're recommending to form a working group is so that we can address those issues and opportunities that are coming out of the Section 106 process that don't necessarily fall under historic preservation.
And I'd like to add that there is a larger stakeholder, you know, population that isn't just beneficiaries. And so what we're trying to do is figure out the best way to support a process that will, you know, engage as many as people as possible while making sure that we are listening to our beneficiaries. Now, if there's going to be a task force that is something on a bigger scope than what we're talking about right now as far as a working group of beneficiaries, you know, we're still trying to figure out. I'm sure that DHHL will have a role to play in that, but that isn't necessarily our kuleana to set that up.
Okay.
Then
Okay, go ahead, somebody.
Yeah, Randy, I'd add one more thing. There is a challenge of the lack of federal recognition. So in terms of gathering rights and those types of issues, which is very near and dear to our beneficiaries. The National Parks doesn't know how to deal with that right now, and they're trying to get us to regulate the gathering rights. And at this point in time, we don't feel that we're the right entity to start regulating gathering rights down in Kaulapapa, especially on DLNR lands. So that's one of the inherent conflicts that continually come up, which lead to the frustration of some of our beneficiaries not understanding the complexity of the discussion. So I just wanted to throw that in there so you have it.
Okay, thank you. So that's very helpful. So when I look at the agenda request that says support for the development of a working group of knowledgeable organizations or individuals who have participated in the GMP process over a period of years to provide advice and oversight to Kalaupapa National Historic Parks. So based on this request, Nancy, Andrew, based on your experience with all of the various challenges that come with this, what are your thoughts on what that working group would look like in order to achieve success?
Are you talking about in terms of composition?
Composition, yes.
So on page 9 of the submittal are some of our initial thoughts about who would comprise the working group.
Okay.
Beneficiaries who are on the Molokai Island wait list, beneficiaries who have family members buried in Kalaupapa, lineal descendants of Native Hawaiian Ohana, DHHL beneficiaries who have participated consistently in the National Park Service's General Management Plan and Section 106 consultation process, and beneficiary representation from the group Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa.
Okay, so the final bullet provides them representation on that task force or committee.
Yes, and the National Park Service has also done outreach to Native Hawaiian organizations on the DOI's list. So they've done outreach to Hawaiian civic clubs, folks like that. And, there are representatives. Hui Ho'opakele'aina's been participating in the Section 106 consultation. So, folks are aware, but it's just, how big would we want this working group to get in order to be able to protect the voice of beneficiaries? I think we're trying to find that sweet spot.
Okay, and then my final question, who drives the selection process?
Initially, it would be the department who would be reaching out to these groups or selecting individuals based on this list. I think one of the first questions we'll have for the group in the first meeting is who else should be included. But as Nancy said, we need to balance group size with making it a productive forum. It's important to find the right people meaning people that will participate who want to participate across the different working group sessions so that we don't have inconsistent participation. And we also want to make sure that we cast a wide enough net so that we don't unintentionally leave people out who would like to contribute heavily to this effort.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, mahalo, Randy. Before I go to Mike, Russell, I thought you had your hand up earlier. Did you take it down?
I did have it up. Just a few quick questions, Chair. One for Nancy. Thank you for the ongoing presentations. On the group of, in this advisory group of, that you mentioned, the beneficiary group, do any of the churches that are down on the peninsula, do they participate in that process at all?
The churches have been participating in the Section 106 consultation, and the National Park Service and the Department of Health work with them on a regular basis. We had not considered them specifically, but you know, if you think that would be a good idea, then we could look into that as well.
I do, but I don't want to, you know, I'm not that familiar with the full, you know, workings of this larger group. So I don't want to, but I would consider it because I think that I'm familiar with the UCC church that's down there, and I know that the United Church of Christ has stated, the Hawaii Conference, that they'd like to be more active on the peninsula. I'm just not sure whether there's a whole bunch of politics associated with that I'm not aware of.
Well, as someone who's been participating in the Section 106 consultations, there is going to be language in the programmatic agreement that the National Park Service will have a community engagement program. And so it isn't all on DHHL.
Okay.
They just can't limit it to beneficiaries. They have to, you know, cast a very wide net. Basically, anyone who wants to participate in that can. And I'm quite sure that the churches would be interested in participating in the National Park Service's community engagement program. And they're definitely willing to listen to us, as well as, you know, as to how that should be designed and rolled out. So we can definitely continue to give them feedback on that.
Okay. And then I want to, if you could throw back on the screen the slide that showed those two little pink community use spaces. And while we're doing that, what I'm trying to understand is if, and I'm not suggesting we do this, but if there was an overlay of the National Park graphic that shows their engagement areas, are the community use areas wholly within the National Park Service's engagement areas, or am I talking apples and oranges, or is it a totally separate space?
I'm sorry, which one? The slide with the
maps.
The Molokai Island plan. Go back. Whoa. Yeah, there. Okay, and now move forward.
Well, no, you. Well, I don't have it on my screen, but if you stay with that.
Another one.
With that map, the one that shows the pink area, the community.
Okay.
And then later.
Yeah, no, go back one. Yeah, so there's there's 5 acres of community use identified, basically where the trail comes out at the beach. There's a beautiful spot there. There's actually a stream empties out right there too, and that was kind of designed to be, you know, not. You know, formally, no structures or anything like that, but a gathering place for cultural activities. And then way at the other end, at the top towards the airport, it was an area where there's, you know, some beach houses and that sort of thing. And, well, actually, I think the beach houses are past there. I think there's one beach house that's on Hawaiian Homelands, though. And there's a pavilion. And so we'd have to definitely do more planning because, you know, for example, the first one at the trailhead, actually that area, you know, that's where the stream empties out. And so we'd have to take another look at that. We might want to relocate that. And the one down at the very other end, the Makai end, is basically partially incorporates one of the cemeteries. So we definitely have to take another look at those areas. I think at the time, the idea was, well, let's just, this looks like a good spot. Let's just put 5 acres here, and then we'll, refine it later. Those two, I'm thinking maybe outside. Now, can you go a couple of slides, Michael? One more. No, the other direction. I'm sorry. One more, 2. Whoa, right there. Okay. Just from eyeballing it, I would say that the one at the trailhead may be within the engagement zone. They both might be, actually, now that you mention it. So yeah, that would be something that we really need to do as far as implementation, is do that kind of analysis. We could do it pretty easily in GIS and, take another look at those land use designations and their location and configuration.
Is it right to characterize it? So the National Park Service, if you're a visitor to the park, whenever that's available, these are the areas where they say you can go walk around and check out, right? The yellow areas.
Yeah.
But
there's
those, go ahead.
No, freedom. Yeah, there's freedom of movement in those areas.
But those community use areas on the prior slide, that's areas that DHHL beneficiaries have identified as potentially they want to limit to beneficiary use and not to general park visitor use, or?
Well, yeah, that would require removing those areas from the general lease. So we've had that discussion with them. What we'd like to do is figure out a way to handle that programmatically. So it would be working with, we've talked about, if you need a permit to go down there, that there would be permits reserved for beneficiaries, that sort of thing. So we're exploring a lot of different ideas, and those are the kinds of things that we want feedback from the beneficiaries about.
That's part of the scope of this group that's going to talk about those kind of issues. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had, Chair.
Okay, I think Mike was next.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nancy. I just want a couple questions. So do we know how many patients still reside in Kalaupapa?
Right now, the number is quite low. Between 2 to 4, I think. And there's a number, the rest of the patients are on Oahu at Hale Mohalu. Or when they get to a level of care, when they really need, a lot of care, they transfer to Hale Mohalu at Leahi Hospital, and but they still have the right to keep their home in Kalaupapa. They have a right to return if they're able to. So I think that's one of the issues, is we all know that time is not on our side in this situation, and and to honor the patients now while they're still with us, is really, really important, and to respect their wishes and to reassure them that is carried forward.
Right. So how has participation level from the patients been? I mean, have they been active in participating in this whole process?
That is a very sensitive situation, and the Department of Health, to their credit, is very protective of the patients. You know, I try to put myself in their place. If a once thriving community got smaller and smaller and smaller and is almost like a ghost town now in a way, you know, especially so right now with COVID, they're not really participating a lot, but several are involved with Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. So that organization's been very important because they have a very long-standing relationship with patients and their families and lineal descendants. And they've done a tremendous amount of work and research. And so, you know, we'd like to help. We definitely don't want to do any harm. We don't want to make the situation more challenging than it already is.
Got it. Okay. No, I was just curious as to if there's been feedback with regards to, you know, honoring and a monument or whatever considerations.
Yeah, that is definitely the purview of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. That's why they're doing the memorial. And, you know, the Department of Health, you know, encourages patients to participate. They have their, you know, meetings and that they had an annual meeting, I think in September. And, you know, it's just really hard right now.
Right, I understand. Just a side question from that. So my understanding is there's a family that owns the trail to Kalaupapa to the second switchback area. Does that affect DHHL in any way?
That's the Meyer family. And yeah, and so that's, you know, there's language in various legal documents about the potential for DHHL to actually have the trail run over Hawaiian homelands to get, you know, to the cliff trail. Right now, it's there's a process that the Meyer family is going through. I don't have the latest on that situation, but the National Park Service is working very closely with them.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. Any other question? Okay, if not, thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Andrew.
Mahalo, commissioners.
Commissioners, this brings us to the end of the agenda, and need a motion to adjourn, and then everybody get some rest and have some happy holidays and wish each other Merry Christmas and happy holidays. So could somebody please make a motion to adjourn? Oh, wait, hold on a second. Ryan?
Oh, no. Is there a case calendar or anything after this?
There was something scheduled. We are trying to get a hold of Commissioner Ka'apu, but we have not been successful.
Oh, okay.
So we'll make a decision after we adjourn. You can stay on, Ryan.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay.
Dennis.
Motion?
Dennis.
Sorry, go ahead, Dennis.
Let me get back to unmute. Okay, yeah, I just had a comment. I'd like to make sure that the commission is provided updated information on the legislative approval that was approved as soon as possible. Any updates would be appreciated.
Okay, we will give you regular updates as soon as it makes sense, when something happens, to get that to you.
Great, thank you.
Could I have a motion? Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Don't move.
Second.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to adjourning today? Seeing none. Seeing none.
Merry Christmas.
Aloha, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Merry
Merry Christmas. Be
Christmas.
safe. Aloha.
Yeah.
Have a safe Christmas. Aloha. Bye,
Merry
Leah.
Christmas, everybody.
I want to mahalo everyone for that intense conversation and wish everybody a safe and happy holiday.
Yes. Merry Christmas.
Mahalo, Chair. So
Mahalo,
what about our hearing? Are we off or? I can't hear you.
Okay, so I'll make an executive decision. We'll postpone it till next month, next year. January.
Okay.
We'll reconvene it in January, okay?
Okay. Aloha.
Hello, everybody.
Aloha.
Aloha, everybody.